If you're enjoying our Day in the Life series, please consider liking, subscribing, and leaving a comment. It really helps support my small channel. I'd love to hear what stories you'd like to see next, so drop your ideas in the comments, and I'll do my best to bring them to life.
The first fingers of dawn crept in through the warped glass of the small window pane, stretching pale gold across the rough-hewn floorboards and the edge of a woolen coverlet. The bedroom, tucked above the candle shop, was still cloaked in shadows, save for that single ribbon of light spilling over the edge of a hand-carved chest and brushing the homespun curtains. Anne Fletcher stirred beneath the heavy quilts, the wool scratching faintly against her nightdress. The morning air was sharp, early spring, not yet warmed, and smelled of old tallow, wood smoke, and the faint salt of drying wax from the day before. She lay for a moment listening, the rhythmic creak of a wagon rolling down the dirt lane, a rooster's second call somewhere behind the stables, and the steady tick of the long case clock downstairs. Through her small window, she could glimpse the scattered rooftops of Jamestown, a settlement now over 40 years old, but still carrying the raw edges of a frontier town. In 1650, the Virginia colony had weathered many storms, both literal and political, yet persisted with stubborn determination. From Governor Berkeley's recent return to power after the English Civil War to the growing tensions with neighboring tribes, life in the colony balanced on the knife edge of uncertainty. She sat up slowly, rubbing her arms to wake them. Her fingers were stiff from the cold and from the work of yesterday. Tallow still caught beneath her nails despite the scrubbing. But this was not unpleasant. It was familiar, grounding. The stiffness would ease, as it always did, once the day began. The woolen coverlet had been carded and spun by hand the previous winter, an arduous process, but one that filled the quiet evenings when candlelight stretched long across the shop floor. Every stitch spoke of the frugality and self-sufficiency that defined most households in colonial Jamestown. The dyed indigo stripes had faded with time, but Anne still found them comforting in their imperfections. Anne's bed was one of the few luxuries her father had allowed, a rope-strung frame with a goose-feather mattress, a far cry from the straw pallets many apprentices slept on in their garrets. Even still, the ropes needed tightening every fortnight lest she sink into the middle like dough in a proving bowl. Her father, a master candlemaker before the fever took him 2 winters past, had been particular about his comforts, few though they were. She rose and crossed to the basin in the corner. The water was cold, drawn from the well the night before, and it bit at her skin as she washed her face. The scent of lye soap, made with last year's ashes and pine resin, rose clean and bright into the air. She glanced at her reflection in the small looking-glass hanging from a nail. Sharp cheekbones, brown eyes, and the dusting of freckles across her nose that had once made her mother tut with concern. At 23, Anne was neither young nor old in colonial standards. Many of her childhood companions had married by 18, already tending to multiple children and their own hearths. But the candle trade had occupied her hands and mind, pushing thoughts of courtship to distant corners. The pine floor creaked as she stepped toward the basin, a familiar protest from boards worn soft under generations of feet. In her mind, she catalogued the day's expected work. Dipping batches of tallow tapers for the tavern 2 streets over, scrubbing molds with lye, and perhaps pouring beeswax candles if the order from the magistrate's house arrived. Since her father's passing, Anne had maintained the business alone, a rarity for an unmarried woman in Jamestown, but one tolerated due to her skill and the essential nature of her craft. Anne braided her hair into a single long plait, then dressed. First a shift, then thick woolen stockings, a petticoat, and finally her stays, laced with practiced fingers. Over these she donned a linen gown, brown and modest, its sleeves rolled above the wrist to keep clear of wax. Her clothing was practical rather than fashionable, though not without care. The gown had been mended several times at the hem, the stitches neat and almost invisible. In Jamestown, 1650, even the most prosperous colonists dressed with an eye toward durability, though back in England, the fashions of King Charles I's court still echoed among those who could afford such luxuries. As she dressed, Anne reached for the pewter brooch her mother had given her, a small thing inlaid with a chipped blue stone. It was a relic from England, passed down with whispered stories of an aunt who had been a midwife in Devon before crossing the sea during the harsh winter of 1631. The brooch was one of Anne's few connections to a homeland she'd never seen, having been born in the colony nearly a decade after her parents' arrival. Sometimes in quiet moments, she wondered what England would have offered her. Perhaps a proper apprenticeship in candlemaking rather than the informal education at her father's side, or maybe even schooling beyond the rudimentary reading and figures she'd learned from the minister's wife. From her window she could now see the full breadth of the morning. The sky over Jamestown was clearing from gray to blue, the low mist burning off the James River that curled around the peninsula like a protective arm. Ships would be visible soon, merchant vessels bringing supplies from England and the Caribbean, fishing boats heading out for the day's catch, and perhaps even a Dutch trader slipping in with goods that skirted the navigation acts being enforced with increasing vigor. The colony's dependence on English supplies remained strong, though local industries like hers had begun to fill crucial needs.
Downstairs, the coals in the hearth still glowed faintly. She added kindling with care and blew gently until the fire caught again, the flames licking upward with a familiar crackle. As the hearth warmed, so did the room, revealing shelves stacked with wooden molds, bundles of linen wicks, and beeswax cooling in cloth-wrapped blocks. A lingering scent of last night's poured tallow hung in the air, sharp but comforting. The tools of her trade were all within reach. Long iron dipping rods, tin molds lined in rows, and heavy kettles blackened with soot from constant use. The molds came in various sizes, 4, 6, and even 12 hole, each one used depending on the order and the size of the wick. Beeswax was reserved for the wealthy or for ecclesiastical use, its scent and golden color far more desirable than the smoky tallow that filled most homes. Anne had learned to distinguish the quality of wax by scent alone, from the delicate sweetness of fresh honeycomb to the woody undertones of older stocks. Downstairs, a thick iron pot waited by the hearth, its blackened belly bearing scars from years of boiling fat and resin. Tools hung from nails driven directly into the exposed beams, wick gauges, ladles, and a looped iron hook for fishing out hardened molds. Every object had its place, not by accident, but by habit formed over years. The shop's layout hadn't changed in years. 2 long tables for dipping and shaping, wooden racks for drying, and a narrow counter for dealings with customers. Bartering was common, and Anne had grown adept at assessing the worth of eggs, cloth, or flour offered in trade. Coin was rarely seen outside the magistrate's hand. So much of their livelihood depended on understanding both product and person. She opened the shutters, letting in a gray-blue light.
Outside, the muddy street still bore the wheel ruts of yesterday's deliveries. In spring, the town's rhythm shifted. With thawed roads came wagons from neighboring counties bringing animal fat, beeswax, and cloth in exchange for candles and soap. Merchants and farmers alike would stop to speak through the open window, their speech thick with local dialects and the sharp tang of pipe smoke. As she coaxed the coals back to life, Anne noticed the smell of ash mingling with the beeswax. It was a scent she associated with both hardship and purpose. Most homes relied on candles, not just for light, but for rituals, supper prayers, evening readings, and stitching by firelight. Each one that left their shop carried more than a flame. It carried a rhythm of life. The shelf by the window held the account ledger, its pages thick and fibrous, hand-ruled and inked with a goose quill. Yesterday's tally still sat fresh. 4 dozen tapers for the apothecary, a dozen squat candles for Widow Elsmore, who always paid in turnips and beans. Beside it sat a small scale, used to measure beeswax to the dram for higher-end commissions. Her father had insisted on precision in all dealings, a reputation Anne fought to maintain. In Jamestown's social hierarchy, craftspeople like Anne occupied a middle ground, not landed gentry, but respected for their essential skills and relative independence. She moved methodically, setting out the dipping rods and clay molds, checking for cracks or stray wax. Soon the boy from the tavern would arrive with a handcart, his boots caked in clay from the road. She expected him before the hour was out, and the first batch of tallow tapers would need to be cooling by then. Outside, the settlement was coming alive. The colony's structures followed no particular plan, a haphazard arrangement of wooden buildings with steep roofs, some whitewashed, others weathered to a dull gray. The oldest building still bore the marks of the settlement's difficult early years. Patches from Indian attacks, scorch marks from kitchen fires, and the occasional bullet hole from skirmishes long forgotten. Newer constructions showed more ambition. Brick chimneys, glass windows imported at great expense, and even the occasional decorative element carved into a doorframe or windowsill. Anne could see the church spire from her doorway, its modest height still the tallest point in Jamestown. The church, rebuilt after a fire in 1647, stood as both spiritual center and social hub. On Sundays, Anne would join her neighbors on wooden benches, listening to sermons that often touched on the colony's purpose, to bring English civilization and Protestant faith to the wilderness. Attendance was not merely expected, but mandated by colonial law. Absence resulted in fines or worse, particularly since Governor Berkeley's return to power had reinforced Anglican orthodoxy against Puritan influences.
As she worked, a familiar knock echoed on the back door. The milkmaid, punctual as always. Anne smiled faintly, wiping her hands on her apron before going to greet her. The milkmaid, Mary, handed over the clay jug with a quick nod and a murmured, "Good morning, Miss Fletcher." Her apron was dusted with straw, and her cheeks were pink from the walk, despite the chill that still clung to the air. Anne thanked her, passed her 2 tallow stubs in return, part of their ongoing barter, and set the milk near the hearth. "Any news from the landing?" Anne asked, knowing Mary passed by the docks on her morning rounds. "Another ship from England expected next week," Mary replied, adjusting her cap. "And they say the council's meeting today about the tobacco prices. Farmers are saying they can't make ends meet with what the merchants are offering." "I know," Anne nodded. Tobacco remained the colony's bloodline, despite attempts to diversify. Its volatile price affected everyone,
even those like her who didn't grow it. When tobacco prices fell, fewer colonists could afford her finer candles. "The governor's set on keeping peace with the Powhatan, too," Mary added in a lower voice. "Some of the newer settlers don't like it, say we should be clearing more land further west." This was a familiar tension, the delicate balance between expansion and stability that had defined the colony since its founding. Anne had heard stories of the early years, when starvation and conflict nearly wiped out the settlement entirely. Her parents had arrived after those desperate times, but the memory lingered in the colony's collective mind. She poured some milk into a small pan to warm for porridge, and set the rest in the cool pantry beside crocks of salt pork and cloth-wrapped cheese. In lean seasons, barter often fed them more than coin ever could. It was a common thread among tradespeople: an egg for a candle, a strip of cloth for soap, a day's help in exchange for light through winter. The fire was crackling by now, licking the bottom of the broad iron kettle that would soon hold boiling tallow. She stirred the coals, then ladled a scoop of water into a smaller pot for her breakfast. She sliced oats into it with a practiced hand, adding a pinch of salt and a curl of dried apple from the basket hanging in the beams overhead. The dried fruit was a luxury, a gift from the orchard keeper, whose wife had recovered from a winter ailment with Anne's rosemary-infused tallow salve. As she stirred the pot, the sense of ash, fat, and smoke began to rise and mingle with the sharper tang of vinegar used to scrub the tables the night before. This was the everyday smell of her world. Abrasive to outsiders, perhaps, but to her it spoke of routine, purpose, and the comfort of knowing her place. Through her open windows drifted fragments of colonial life: the schoolmaster's voice reciting letters to reluctant pupils, a mother calling a wandering child, the local carpenter hammering cedar shingles onto a roof. Each sound marked the orderly progression of a settlement that, despite its frontier location, strove to maintain the rhythms and structures of English life. The colony had grown since its precarious beginnings, now boasting over 500 souls, with families rather than single men forming the backbone of the community. Anne's father had often spoken of the colony's growth with a mixture of pride and wariness. "Mark my words," he'd say, pouring wax with steady hands. "When I arrived, you could see nothing but trees beyond the palisade. Now there's farms stretching all the way to the Chickahominy. Change comes whether we will it or no." The morning passed swiftly in preparation. She stripped and redressed the candle molds, long tin forms for beeswax pillars, each one requiring a linen wick trimmed to precise length. The wicks were weighted with thin nails to hold them straight and still while the wax cooled. Each step had its rhythm: loop, knot, feed, seal. The dipping rods, long and flat with notches, were prepared for tallow. She would dip the strands of wicks into the vat again and again, perhaps 30 times or more, allowing the wax to cool slightly between each pass. Patience was not just a virtue in candle-making, it was essential science. Through her open front window drifted the sound of boots and hooves on packed earth and the occasional clang of a blacksmith's hammer from down the lane. Across the square, a bell rang from the meeting house, its high tone clear in the morning air. Anne paused at this sound, her fingers still sticky with wax. The bell marked the hour, but it also marked news: funerals, sermons, and sometimes even town disputes. She recalled once watching from this very window as a constable marched by with a thief in tow, both solemn under the weight of public scrutiny. Justice here was swift and visible. Stocks stood in the town square for petty offenses, while more serious matters might bring a card from the larger port town with men in uniform. In 1649, just last year, a man was hanged for speaking against the king, a harsh reminder that even at this distance, English politics cast long shadows. Today, though, the streets were peaceful. A group of children passed by, sticks in hand, chasing a dog and laughing. The boys wore patched breeches, the girls coarse linen gowns, their shoes scuffed and their voices bright. Among them, Anne recognized the blacksmith's son and the cooper's daughters, children born in the colony who had never known England's green fields or stone churches. To them, this wooden settlement on a marshy peninsula was the center of the world. Anne set her shoulders and turned back to the task at hand. The tallow had finished rendering. Its cloudy surface was now a soft yellow, with the faint scent of meat still clinging to it. She skimmed the impurities and ladled it into the dipping vat, then brought out the rack of wicks prepared the night before. Each was looped around the dipping rod, spaced evenly, waiting. The first dip was quick, barely enough to coat the wick. She hung the rods on a rack to cool and began again, methodically. Dip, hang, cool. The layers built slowly. This was the rhythm that defined her mornings. She remembered the stories her mother told, how in England they used rushlights, dipped in animal fat and laid in pewter clips. But here in the colonies, with longer nights and harsher winters, true candles were essential, and so their trade flourished in necessity, if not in wealth. Her mother had also taught her to add a sprinkle of salt to the tallow to reduce smoking, a secret passed from mother to daughter that set their candles apart from others.
By the time the fourth round of dipping began, her arms ached. The smell of hot tallow clung to her skin, to her apron, to every fiber of the room. Yet she moved with certainty, each action a part of the dance her mother had once performed, and her grandmother before that. A knock at the back door signaled the arrival of Thomas, the tavern boy. His cap was too large and flopped over one ear. "Morning, Miss Fletcher," he said, shuffling his feet on the threshold. "You're early," she replied, setting down the rod she'd just lifted. "Cook says we burned through last week's lot faster than we thought. The back room gets awful dark near supper." Anne handed him a wrapped bundle of cooled tapers, counting under her breath. 42. That should hold you until Friday. She added 2 stub ends wrapped in cloth. For the kitchen candles. Thomas grinned, nodded, and thanked her before vanishing back down the lane. The tavern was one of her steadiest customers, a hub for news, trade, and the occasional heated political debate as colonists argued over relations with the Indians, tobacco prices, or the ongoing political turmoil back in England. The tavern owner, a portly man named Hawkins, had once been a soldier in the militia and still walked with a slight limp from an arrow wound received years before. She returned to her work in silence, the only sound at the steady drip of cooling wax and the occasional snap of the fire. Outside, voices rose, 2 merchants arguing over wool prices and someone calling out fresh bread from a cart. In the lull between batches, Anne stepped outside for a moment. The street bustled in the way it hadn't during the bitter winter. Neighbors chatted, bundles in arms. A farmer led a mule cart laden with early greens. Smoke curled from chimneys, and the scent of yeast and molasses floated from the bakery next door. From here, she could see most of what constituted Jamestown proper. A collection of wooden structures arranged along dirt roads that turned to mud with each rain. The more substantial buildings housed government offices and the homes of colonial officials. Beyond them stood the fort, its wooden palisade, a reminder of earlier, more precarious times, when attacks from both sea and land threatened the fledgling settlement. Now, in 1650, the colony had achieved a measure of stability, though periodic conflicts with native tribes and political upheavals in England kept uncertainty as constant as the tides. A town crier passed by not long after, ringing his bell and shouting notices. "Meeting of the town council tomorrow. Magistrate's proclamation posted at the chapel. 2 hens missing from Widow Trumbull's. Reward offered." Anne smiled faintly at that. The hens would turn up, as they always did. The crier continued on, his voice fading as he turns toward the wharves where laborers unloaded barrels from flat-bottomed boats. These were the rhythms of colonial life,
part English tradition, part frontier improvisation that wove the community together through shared information and collective concerns. She stepped back inside, cheeks tingling from the morning air. The sun had fully cleared the rooftops now, and light streamed through the workshop windows, casting long golden stripes across the drying racks. The candles glowed faintly, still soft, still warm. Her stomach growled. She ladled out the porridge she'd left warming by the hearth and sat on a stool, spoon in hand, surrounded by quiet and the scent of beeswax, pine ash, and morning. From her seat near the window, she could watch the town continue its morning rhythm while taking her brief rest. A ship's flag fluttered in the distance where the James River curved around the peninsula. In the 43 years since the first English settlers had established Jamestown in 1607, the once fragile outpost had transformed into the center of England's first permanent colony in the New World. As she ate, Anne considered her place within it all. Unmarried at 23, running her father's shop alone, these were unusual circumstances for a woman in colonial Virginia. Most of her childhood friends had married by 18 and now managed households with multiple children. But Anne's skill with candle making had carved her a different path, one that offered both independence and the constant question of what might yet change. The colony itself remained in flux, growing, adapting, stretching beyond its original boundaries, much like Anne herself. She finished her porridge and set the bowl aside. The morning light had strengthened now, casting sharp shadows across her workroom. There were hours of labor ahead before midday, but Anne welcomed them. In the steady rhythm of dipping and lifting, measuring and trimming, she found not just livelihood, but purpose, illuminating the darkness of colonial nights, one candle at a time. By midday, Anne's apron was streaked with pale drips of wax, and her sleeves were rolled past her elbows to stay clear of the dipping vat. The heat from the hearth had filled the room with a thick warmth, tinged with the mingling scents of tallow, wood smoke, and faint traces of rosemary and bay leaf she sometimes tucked near the windows to chase away insects. She stretched her back and let her arms fall to her sides for a moment. The rhythmic motion of dipping and lifting had stiffened her shoulders. Outside, the town had shifted into its afternoon rhythm. The clip-clop of hooves on packed dirt streets, the murmur of voices as townsfolk passed by on their errands, and the sound of a lad whistling off-key as he threw bread to the geese that waddled near the well. The sun now hung directly overhead, casting few shadows across Jamestown's rutted streets. It illuminated the settlement's patchwork nature, older structures with weathered timber frames, standing alongside newer buildings with their more ambitious designs. Some of the wealthier homes boasted imported glass windows that caught the light, while most made do with oiled paper or wooden shutters. The hierarchy of colonial society was written in the very architecture of the place. In this spring of 1650, Jamestown stood at a crossroads of colonial development. The earlier days of desperate survival had passed, but the settlement still lacked the permanence of established English towns. Each structure had been built with an eye toward function rather than form, a practical approach to carving civilization from wilderness. The meeting house, church, and governor's residence anchored the community, surrounded by the shops and homes of those who formed Jamestown's social fabric. Anne stepped outside and leaned against the doorframe. The sky was bright and blue, dappled with the slow drift of clouds. She watched as a cart rolled by, drawn by a gray mare with the lanky look of a tired worker. The cart was stacked high with bundles of flax, bound for the spinners just past the green. A small child sat atop the load, waving lazily at Anne as they passed. She waved back, the motion stirring dust from her skirts. To her left, the town's main thoroughfare led past the blacksmith shop, where the clang of iron on iron echoed steadily, and on toward the general store, where a painted sign swung with a soft creak in the breeze. There, neighbors might be bartering butter for buttons or weighing nails for fence repairs. The storekeeper, Mr. Halberd, was known to measure with an eagle eye and a grudging hand, but his ledgers were honest and his scales fair. Beyond the general store stood the homes of several prominent families. The Matthews, whose patriarch had served on the governor's council since 1924. The Kemps, who owned 3 tobacco plantations along the James River. And the Carvers, whose shipping interests connected Jamestown to markets in London and the Caribbean. Their homes, while modest by English standards, displayed the trappings of colonial prosperity. Brick chimneys, small gardens enclosed by picket fences, and the occasional glimpse of imported furniture visible through open doors. Anne considered stopping in for more linen thread for wick-making, but she hesitated. She still had several lengths tucked away in her workbox, and she preferred to save errands for the morning, when the crowds were thinner. Besides, a quiet moment on her stoop was its own kind of luxury. From this vantage point, she could observe the daily commerce of colonial life without participating in it, a rare moment of stillness in her otherwise busy bay. A group of indentured servants passed by, carrying baskets of laundry toward the river, their conversation hushed as they passed the magistrate's home. Behind them walked an enslaved man leading a mule laden with tobacco leaves, his expression carefully neutral as he navigated the streets. Slavery had been present in the colony since 1619, growing slowly alongside the tobacco economy, creating yet another layer in Jamestown's complex social hierarchy. The midday sun warmed Anne's face, a welcome change from the chill of early morning. In the distance, the church bell tolled noon, its sound carrying across the settlement and into the surrounding fields, where laborers might pause briefly before returning to their work. Time in the colony was marked by both natural rhythms, sunrise, sunset, seasons, and by these man-made divisions that imposed English order upon the New World. A short while later, the smell of her noon meal lured her back inside. She had set a small pot of lentils and onions over the fire earlier, and now it bubbled gently, the scent earthy and savory. She ladled herself a portion and sat at the narrow table, resting her elbows beside a small stack of folded cloths. She ate slowly, grateful for the pause. Candle-making was not glamorous work, but it sustained her. Each batch was a testament to hours of labor and knowledge passed down by hand. As she finished her meal, a low knock came at the door. She opened it to find a familiar figure, Mrs. Callahan, the midwife, wrapped in her usual blue shawl with a basket on her arm. The older woman had a sharp gaze and a reputation for being brisk but kind. "I'll be needing 20 tapers for the Whittaker birth. It'll be a long labor. That house near the river always chills in the evening." Anne nodded and beckoned her in. She wrapped the candles carefully in waxed linen and tied the bundle with twine. "May the child come quickly," she offered. Mrs. Callahan gave a dry laugh. "They never do. But it's kind of you to say." She studied Anne for a moment. "You've your mother's hands, you know. Steady, good for delicate work." Anne felt an unexpected warmth at the comparison. Her mother had died 5 years earlier, taken by the same fever that would later claim her father. Sometimes the grief still caught her unawares, like a loose thread snagging on rough wood. "I delivered you. Did I ever tell you that?" Mrs. Callahan continued, fishing in her pocket for payment. "Breech birth you were. Gave us all a fright. Your father paced outside until dawn broke, wouldn't even take a dram to steady himself." She placed 3 eggs and a twist of dried herbs on the counter for the candles.
This was how community worked in Jamestown. Memories and skills intertwined, debts paid in both goods and goodwill. The midwife had known Anne since before her first breath, just as Anne had lit the room for countless births since learning her trade. Such connections formed the invisible threads that bound colonial society together across generations. As Mrs. Callahan left, Anne glanced toward the sky, visible through her window. The sun had crept past its peak, casting slanted golden light through the shutters. The afternoon would be shorter than the morning, but no less busy. She returned to her station and resumed dipping. The wax was thicker now, cooled by the long hours of use, and she stirred it carefully to restore its flow. With each dip, the candles took shape, long, smooth tapers that gleamed in the light. She set them in rows on the drying rack and stood back, eyeing their symmetry. The practical value of her work was undeniable in a colony where darkness fell early and stayed long, especially in winter months. Unlike in London, where street lamps might offer some guidance to late travelers, Jamestown's nights were absolute without candle or lantern light. This made her craft essential to colonial life, a fact that had protected her unusual independence after her father's death. As she worked, Anne's thoughts turned to the community beyond her shop walls. In the 13 years since the massacre of 1637, relations with the Powhatan tribes had remained tense but largely peaceful. Governor Berkeley's policies favored diplomacy over conflict, recognizing that the colony's survival depended on stable borders. Still, stories circulated of skirmishes in outlying settlements, and many colonists carried weapons when traveling beyond Jamestown's immediate vicinity. The English Civil War had also cast its long shadow across the Atlantic. Though the conflict had ended with King Charles I's execution in 1649, its political aftershocks were still felt in the colony. Governor Berkeley, a staunch royalist, had managed to keep Virginia loyal to the crown, even as Parliament triumphed in England. This political stance had consequences for daily life, from church governance to trade regulations, that affected everyone from wealthy planters to humble craftspeople like Anne. By mid-afternoon, Anne had worked through nearly 24 rods of tapers and was preparing the beeswax molds when her younger cousin Eli burst through the back door. He was a tanner's apprentice, his hands always smelling of hide and lye. But today he looked wind-blown and excited. "A ship's in at the harbor," he said breathlessly. "From London, and they say it's brought bolts of calico, jars of quince jam, and maybe even some painted tin toys." She laughed. And how would a tanner's apprentice know what's in the merchant's hold? "I saw the crew unloading it," he said. "Mr. Turner let me help carry a barrel. There's lace, too, the fine kind, real English. Your master lets you gossip at the docks?" He flushed but grinned. "Only if I finish scraping early. Thought I'd tell you, in case you wanted to visit the stalls before sundown." At 16, Eli represented the generation born entirely in Virginia, young colonists who knew England only through stories and imported goods. His father, Anne's uncle, had died in a skirmish with Powhatan warriors when Eli was just 7, leaving him to be apprenticed to the tanner. Despite the hard labor of his position, Eli maintained a cheerful disposition and often brought Anne news from beyond her shop walls. "Is it the Prosperity?" Anne asked, referring to one of the merchant vessels that regularly made the crossing. "No, the Sparrow," Eli replied. "Captain says they made good time, only 7 weeks from Portsmouth. They've brought the new broadsheets, too. Seems Parliament is still arguing over what to do with the king's supporters." News from England always traveled slowly to the colonies, arriving in sporadic bursts with each ship. The execution of King Charles I had been known in Jamestown for months, but the aftermath, the establishment of Cromwell's Commonwealth, the flight of royalists, and the reshaping of English governance arrived in fragments, often colored by the political sympathies of those who carried the news. Anne smiled faintly. Imported lace was well beyond her purse, but it was still worth seeing. News from ships was one of the threads that tied them to the distant world beyond their colonial town. "Perhaps I'll walk down later," she said, turning back to her molds. "Once these are set." Eli lingered, shifting from foot to foot. "There's to be music at the tavern tonight," he added. "Some of the sailors have instruments. Mr. Hawkins says anyone who buys a drink can stay to listen." Anne raised an eyebrow. "And does your master know you're planning to spend your evening at the tavern?" "He said I could go if I finished the new hides," Eli said, then added with a sly grin, "and if I bring him back some tobacco." Such small freedoms were part of apprentice life, moments of leisure carefully negotiated within the strict bounds of the master-apprentice relationship. Eli, like most apprentices, lived in his master's home, ate at his table, and followed his rules in exchange for training in a valuable trade. It was a system transported directly from England, providing structure for young men without land or inheritance.
After Eli had gone, she cleaned her hands and trimmed the finished candles. She packed a few bundles for regular customers, one for the pastor's wife, another for the widow across the square, and placed them in a cloth satchel. Then she stepped into the sunlight once more. The town was livelier now. Children played near the churchyard, tossing stones at a ring marked in dirt. Two older women haggled over dyed wool at a cart under an awning, while a young man sold roasted chestnuts near the cooper's shop, the scent sweet and toasty on the breeze. Anne passed familiar faces. Miss Maribel, the seamstress, hunched slightly from years bent over her work. Mr. Ellis, the baker, who tipped his hat with flour-covered fingers, and Jonas, the cooper, who muttered about a warped barrel that needed reforging. Each nod or greeting carried the quiet ease of shared history, of people woven together not by wealth or fame, but by rhythm and necessity. The social fabric of Jamestown was complex, woven from English traditions, frontier necessities, and the unique pressures of colonial life. While the wealthiest planters might aspire to recreate the genteel life of English countryside estates, most colonists lived more modestly, adapting English customs to New World realities. Anne occupied a middle position, not among the elite, but respected for her skill and the essential nature of her craft. As a single woman running her father's business, Anne inhabited an unusual space in colonial society. Widows commonly continued their husbands' trades, but unmarried women rarely maintained independent workshops. Her father's reputation and her own undeniable skill had granted her a conditional acceptance, though she was aware that many expected her to marry eventually, perhaps to another craftsman who might incorporate the candle trade into his own business. At the edge of the square, Anne paused by the public notice board. A new proclamation had been nailed in place, the wax seal of the local magistrate still intact. She scanned the neatly inked lines, mostly reminders of curfews and tax collections, but one note caught her eye. A traveling fiddler would perform at the tavern come Friday evening. She allowed herself a rare smile. It had been months since she last heard music that wasn't sung in a church pew or hummed beside the fire. As she continued her deliveries, Anne passed the town stocks, empty today, though last week they had held a man caught stealing from the milliner's shop. public punishment was a common sight in colonial towns, where shame served as both penalty and deterrent. Less serious offenses might earn a few hours in the stocks, while more grievous crimes could bring whipping, branding, or worse. The colonial justice system operated with swift certainty, guided by the magistrate and a council of respected citizens. Major crimes were tried before the governor's court in Jamestown, with the accused transported from outlying settlements if necessary. The system was an adaptation of English law, modified to suit the particular needs and circumstances of colonial life. Anne's final delivery took her to the home of Widow Trumbull, whose missing hens had been announced by the town crier that morning. The widow lived in a small but well-kept cottage near the edge of town, its garden already showing the first green shoots of spring vegetables. "Lost 2 of my best lares," the widow complained, as she accepted the candles Anne had brought. "Fox, most likely, though Jacob Miller's boy has been looking mighty suspicious lately." She clicked her tongue. "Times are changing, Miss Fletcher. When I first came to this settlement in 22, you could leave your door unlatched all night and not fear for your possessions." Anne nodded politely, though she suspected the widow's memory had softened the harsh realities of earlier colonial life. The starving time of 1609 to 10 had seen colonists reduced to eating shoe leather, and, if rumors were to be believed, even the flesh of the dead. By comparison, the occasional missing hen seemed a mild inconvenience. "Will you be attending the service on Sunday?" the widow asked, changing subjects. "I hear Reverend Harrison plans to speak on the virtues of industry and the dangers of idleness." She gave Anne a knowing look. "Though you hardly need such reminders with how you keep that shop running." Church attendance in Jamestown was not merely a spiritual obligation, but a civic one as well. Colonial law required weekly attendance, with fines levied against those who failed to appear without good cause. These gatherings served multiple purposes: religious instruction, community cohesion, and the dissemination of important news or proclamations. "I'll be there," Anne assured her, accepting the small bundle of spring onions the widow offered in exchange for the candles. This, too, was part of colonial economy, the constant flow of goods and services between neighbors, each transaction building relationships as much as satisfying material needs. As the light began to lengthen and turn golden, Anne made her way back home. The day was slipping toward evening, and there was still work to finish before supper. She would need to strain the remaining tallow, wipe down the work table, and hang the dipped candles by the chimney to cure. But for a moment, as she stepped over her threshold and inhaled the warm scent of home, wax and ash and the faint sweetness of rosemary, she allowed herself to feel the satisfaction of a day well lived. The shop felt different in the afternoon light, warmer, more intimate, with golden beams slanting through dust motes and catching on the rows of drying candles. Anne moved among her workspaces with practiced efficiency, each motion honed by years of repetition. The morning's work had been productive. Now came the equally important tasks of organization and preparation for tomorrow. She checked the candles that had been drawing since morning. Most had set properly, their surfaces smooth and even. A few showed minor imperfections, a slight lean, a small air bubble, that she noted with a critical eye. These would be sold at a discount or used in her own home. Her father had taught her to maintain strict standards, "A Fletcher candle burns true, or it doesn't leave the shop," he'd often said, his voice gruff but proud. The afternoon's labor was less physically demanding than the morning's dipping, but required equal attention. She scraped excess wax from the bottom of each taper, trimmed wicks to proper length, and sorted the finished products by size and quality. Some would go to specific customers who had placed orders. Others would be available for general sale. The finest, made from pure beeswax with carefully braided wicks, would be reserved for the church or for wealthy homes where appearance mattered as much as function. As she worked, Anne hummed softly, a habit her mother had discouraged as unseemly, but one that helped mark the rhythm of her tasks. The tune was an old English ballad about a maiden waiting for her sailor to return from sea. Such songs connected colonists to the homeland many would never see again, carrying cultural memories across the ocean just as surely as the ships carried physical goods. The afternoon hours passed in steady work, punctuated by occasional visitors, a neighbor borrowing a bit of tallow for a home remedy, the carpenter's wife returning a borrowed pot with a handful of hazelnuts as thanks. Each interaction reinforced the interconnected nature of colonial life, where few could survive truly independently. As the shadows lengthened across her workroom floor, Anne began preparing for the next day's labor. She laid out fresh wicks for soaking, checked her supply of rendered tallow, and made mental calculations of how many candles she would need to produce to meet her outstanding orders. This planning was as much a part of her craft as the physical making of candles, the careful balance of materials, time, and anticipated needs that kept her business viable. Outside her window, Jamestown continued its daily dance, the gradual transition from work to evening, from public commerce to private lives. Soon families would gather around hearths for supper, neighbors might visit to share news or borrow necessities, and the rhythms of colonial night would begin. But for now, in the golden hours of late afternoon, the town still bustled with purpose, each person completing their day's tasks before darkness fell. For Anne, like most colonists, work and life flowed together without clear separation. Her shop was her home, her craft her identity, and her place in the community defined by both her skill and her character. As she straightened her work table and swept stray wax shavings into the fire, she embodied the industrious spirit that Governor Berkeley himself had praised as essential to the colony's success, the steady, unremarkable labor that built civilization one candle, one nail, one loaf of bread at a time. Anne was carefully pouring beeswax into molds when she heard the shop door open, followed by a hesitant footstep. Setting down her copper ladle, she turned to find Samuel Norwood, standing just inside the threshold, hat in hand, looking uncharacteristically at ease. "Good day, Mr. Norwood," she said, wiping her hands on her apron. "Have you come for candles? I've just finished a batch of the tallow ones you prefer for your workshop." Samuel Norwood was the carpenter whose shop stood 3 buildings down from hers. At 30 years of age, he was considered one of Jamestown's more skilled craftsmen, known for his fine joinery and reliable work. His reputation had grown steadily since he'd completed his apprenticeship 7 years prior, and he now employed 2 apprentices of his own. Anne had always found him courteous in their professional dealings, which generally consisted of him purchasing candles for his workshop and occasional exchanges about the weather or town affairs. "Not candles today, Miss Fletcher," he replied, turning his hat brim through his fingers, "though I'll be needing more by week's end, certainly." Anne noticed something different about his appearance. His brown hair was neatly combed, his beard freshly trimmed. He wore his better waistcoat, the one with brass buttons she'd seen him wear to Sunday services, rather than his usual work clothes stained with sawdust and varnish. Most striking was his evident discomfort, so at odds with his typical confident demeanor when discussing joints and wood types with customers. "I've come on a more personal matter," he continued, taking a step further into the shop. The late afternoon sunlight slanted through the window, illuminating motes of dust in the air between them. Anne felt a sudden wariness. In the 2 years since her father's death, she had received several unexpected, personal visits from men in town. The widowed blacksmith seeking a mother for his children, the aging merchant interested in combining their businesses. Each had presented practical arguments for marriage that had nothing to do with affection and everything to do with social convention and economic advantage. "I see," she said neutrally, moving behind her work table in a subtle defensive gesture. Samuel cleared his throat. "Miss Fletcher, Anne, I've known you since you were a girl helping your father dip candles. I've watched you take over this business and run it with skill that rivals any craftsman in Jamestown." Anne raised an eyebrow, surprised by this direct acknowledgement of her abilities. Most men in the colony spoke of her work as temporary, something she managed adequately until the right husband came along. "Thank you, Mr. Norwood," she replied carefully. "Samuel, please." He took a breath, seeming to gather his courage. "I've come to speak plainly. You're 23 now, established in your trade. I'm 30, with a growing business of my own. We're neighbors of a sort, both craftspeople who understand the demands of maintaining a shop and serving customers." Anne felt her shoulders tense. Here it came. Another practical proposition. Another suggestion that 2 businesses might function more efficiently under single management. Another reminder that her independence was viewed as both temporary and somewhat improper. "The thing is," Samuel continued, his voice growing steadier, "I find myself thinking of you when I'm planing a board or carving a chair leg. I catch myself looking toward your shop when I should be minding my apprentices. I notice when your light burns late, and I wonder what you're working on." He stepped closer to the workbench, setting his hat down beside a row of cooling candles. "This isn't about convenience, Anne, or about what the town might think proper. It's about how I feel when you smile at me on Sundays, or when I hear you humming as you make deliveries past my window." Anne blinked, genuinely surprised. This was not the pragmatic proposal she had expected. "Mr. Norwood, Samuel," she began, but he held up a hand. "Please let me finish before my courage fails me. I'm not asking for your hand today. That would be presumptuous when I've never properly courted you. I'm asking permission to call on you, perhaps to walk with you after Sunday services, or to bring you supper some evening when you're working late." He reached into his pocket and withdrew a small wooden object, placing it carefully on the table between them. It was a candlestick, intricately carved from cherry wood, with delicate spiral patterns climbing its stem, and a base adorned with tiny carved flowers that looked like the wild roses that grew near the riverbank. "I made this for you," he said simply. "Not as payment for candles or as a bribe for your affections, just as a gift from one craftsperson to another." Anne picked up the candlestick, running her fingers over the smooth, polished surface. The workmanship was exquisite, far finer than the plain wooden holders most colonists used. This was the kind of decorative piece wealthy families might display in their formal parlors, a luxury item that represented hours of careful labor. "It's beautiful," she said honestly. Samuel nodded, a hint of professional pride briefly overcoming his nervousness. "Cherry takes detail well. I thought the color would complement your beeswax candles." Anne set the candlestick down, studying Samuel's face. She had known him for years, but had never really looked at him closely. His eyes were a warm brown, with fine lines at the corners that spoke of frequent smiling rather than hardship. His hands, resting now on the edge of her workbench, showed the calluses and small scars of his trade. Honest working hands, not unlike her own. "This is unexpected," she said finally. "I know. I have been working up the courage for months." A self-deprecating smile crossed his face. "I can face down the most demanding customer without flinching, but the thought of you refusing me has kept me awake more nights than I care to admit." The honesty in his voice touched something in Anne. Unlike her previous suitors, Samuel wasn't presenting marriage as a sensible business arrangement or a solution to her allegedly improper independence. He was speaking of feelings, of personal attraction, of admiration for her work, rather than mere tolerance of it.
"The town's gossips would have a feast if they could hear you now," she said, a slight smile softening her words. "Samuel Norwood, whose furniture is commissioned by the governor himself, nervous about speaking to the candlemaker's daughter." "The candlemaker," he corrected gently, "a skilled tradeswoman in her own right." Anne felt a warmth that had nothing to do with her workshop fire. In a society where women were defined primarily by their relationships to men, as daughters, wives, mothers, being recognized for her craft was rare and precious. "I'm not sure what to say," she admitted. "I've become accustomed to my independence. Taking over my father's trade hasn't been easy, but there's satisfaction in it that I'm reluctant to surrender." Samuel nodded, his expression serious. "I wouldn't ask you to abandon your craft. The colony needs good candles as much as it needs good furniture." He hesitated, then added, "My mother was a weaver before she married my father. She continued her work afterward, selling her cloth to supplement the family income. Her loom still stands in my home, though it's been silence since her passing 5 years ago." This revelation surprised Anne. Many colonial women contributed to family economies through household production, spinning, weaving, preserving foods, making soap. But maintaining a commercial craft after marriage was less common. "You wouldn't expect me to give up candle making?" she asked directly. "I would expect us to find a way for both our crafts to thrive. Perhaps not easily at first, but with mutual respect and effort." He smiled slightly. "I've seen how you manage your shop, Anne. I'd be a fool to think you'd be satisfied keeping house alone, and the colony would be poorer without your candles." Through the open window came the sounds of Jamestown in late afternoon. Children playing, a cart rattling over the rutted street, the distant call of a vendor selling early spring greens. Life continuing its normal rhythms, while this extraordinary conversation unfolded within the familiar walls of her workshop. Anne studied the candlestick again, noting how the carved flowers caught the light. It represented more than just skilled craftsmanship. It symbolized Samuel's understanding of her work, his respect for her trade. He hadn't brought flowers that would wilt or sweets that would be consumed and forgotten. He'd created something lasting, something that bridged their separate crafts. "Sunday walks would be a start," she said finally, looking up to meet his gaze. "I make no promises beyond that." The relief and joy that transformed his face was immediate and genuine. "Sunday, then," he said, his voice steady once more. "After services, if the weather holds fair." "After services," Anne agreed, surprising herself with the flutter of anticipation she felt.
Samuel reached for his hat, seemingly reluctant to leave now that his mission was accomplished. "I should return to my shop. The apprentices will be wondering where I've disappeared to, and I've a cabinet to finish before tomorrow." He moved toward the door, then paused, turning back to her. "May I ask, what made you consider my proposal when you've refused others? I'm not foolish enough to think I'm the first to approach you." Anne considered this, her hand still resting on the carved candlestick. "You're the first to see me as a craftsperson first, and a woman second," she said simply, "and the first to bring a gift that honors my work, rather than seeking to replace it." Samuel nodded, a smile crinkling the corners of his eyes. "Until Sunday, then, Miss Fletcher." "Until Sunday, Mr. Norwood," she replied, the formality belied by the warmth in her voice. After he left, Anne remained by her workbench, the carved candlestick before her catching the late afternoon sun. In its smooth curves and carefully rendered details, she saw evidence of skill, patience, and attention, qualities she valued in her own craft, and perhaps could appreciate in a potential partner. She selected one of her finest beeswax tapers, golden and straight, with a sweet honey scent, and fitted it carefully into the socket of the candlestick. The two crafts complemented each other perfectly, just as Samuel had intended: wood and wax, carpenter and candlemaker. And returned to her work, pouring the cooling beeswax into waiting molds. Her hands moved with practiced efficiency, but her mind wandered to thoughts of Sunday walks and conversations that might venture beyond the practicalities of trade and business. For the first time since refusing the blacksmith's proposal, Anne allowed herself to consider a future that included partnership without requiring the surrender of her hard-won independence. The fading light reminded Anne that evening approached. She needed to clean her workspace, prepare a simple supper, and perhaps afterward walk to her aunt's house to share the news of the ship's arrival. Tomorrow would bring another full day of work, deliveries to complete, new batches to begin, materials to prepare. But for now, in this golden hour between labor and rest, Anne allowed herself to simply be, to inhabit fully this moment in her life, this place in her world. Her hands, slightly reddened from work and bearing small burns and calluses, rested briefly on the windowsill. These were the hands of a craftsperson, a maker, someone who created necessary light from raw materials. There was satisfaction in that, a sense of purpose that transcended the peculiarities of her situation. Outside, Jamestown prepared for evening. Smoke rose from cooking fires, children were called in from play, men returned from fields and workshops. The communal rhythm of colonial life continued its steady beat, carrying everyone, from the humblest indentured servant to the governor himself, through the established patterns of work and rest that defined their days. Anne moved away from the window and began her final tasks of the afternoon. She cleaned her tools with practiced efficiency, organized her workspace for tomorrow's early start, and ensured that all fires were safely banked. These habitual actions required little conscious thought, allowing her mind to wander between practical considerations for the coming day and broader reflections on her place within the colony's social tapestry. By the time she finished, the golden light had deepened to amber, shadows stretching long across her workroom floor. The day's labor was complete. Evening beckoned with its own distinct rhythms and rituals. Anne closed her shutters against the coming night, a night that would be illuminated in homes throughout Jamestown by candles crafted by her own hands. As evening crept in and the sky blushed with the soft hues of dusk, Anne moved through her shop with quiet efficiency. The candles she'd dipped earlier now hung in even rows along the drawing rods, their pale forms catching the waning light through the workshop window. She paused beside them, checking the tapers for imperfections, gently touching one to ensure the wax had set without cracking. The air was cooler now. A faint draft came in through the warped floorboards, and the familiar creak of the ceiling joists overhead signaled that the heat from the day's fire had finally begun to ebb. Anne stepped lightly, her footsteps muted on the planked floor. Downstairs, she fetched the last of the wicking thread and began preparing a final batch of shorter stub candles, household staples, often requested by customers who couldn't afford full tapers. As she worked, her fingers followed the motions by memory. Twist, snip, dip. Each step was rooted in habit, but beneath that routine lay knowledge. How thick to make the wick for a clean, even burn, how many dips to reach the desired weight, and how to judge when the wax was too hot or too cool. These were not things learned from books, but passed down through hands and repetition. Outside, Jamestown settled into its evening rhythms. Through her window, Anne observed the transformation. Streets that had bustled with activity throughout the day grew quieter. Families retreated behind closed doors as cooking fires cast warm glows through oiled paper windows. The occasional lantern swung past as night watchmen began their rounds, their shadows elongated in the fading light. From outside, she heard the distant tolling of the vesper bell from the town chapel, a soft, mellow tone that echoed through the quiet streets and reminded all who heard it that night was coming. The bell was forged decades ago in Boston and carried here by ox cart, its tone said to bring comfort to the lonely and signal peace after the day's toil. Evening in 1650 Jamestown arrived with both relief and vulnerability. The cessation of daylight meant rest from labor, but also brought heightened vigilance. Though relations with the Powhatan tribes had stabilized under Governor Berkeley's diplomatic efforts, memories of earlier conflicts remained vivid in the collective consciousness. Town gates would soon be closed, and those few who ventured out after dark would carry both lantern and weapon. Anne stood still for a moment, listening to the bell's fading resonance, then glanced out the window. Families were beginning to light their evening candles, golden glows appearing behind panes of wavy colonial glass. Some windows bore curtains of homespun muslin, others had simple wooden shutters. All bore the signs of daily life: shadows moving, children's laughter, the warm flicker of home. Once the last batch of stub candles had cooled enough to trim, Anne moved to the small corner near the fireplace where she kept her tools. There she used a blunt knife to scrape the bottom smooth and even. She tied the candles in bundles of 6 and placed them into the basket she'd carry for morning deliveries. Each was wrapped in cloth to keep them from nicking or warping overnight. Finished, she washed her hands with the basin near the hearth. The water had long gone tepid, but the simple act helped rid her skin of the tacky scent of tallow. She dried her hands on a linen towel stitched with a small embroidered A, a gift from her late aunt, who once taught her how to sew and who had, for a time, helped in the shop before illness took her. The shop now prepared for tomorrow, Anne turned her attention to her evening meal. Her pantry held the simple provisions typical of a tradesperson's household: dried beans, salt pork, a small wheel of cheese, some hearty winter apples stored in straw, and the milk Mary had delivered that morning. From these she assembled a modest supper: a slice of cheese, a portion of bread purchased from the baker that morning, and an apple quartered and sprinkled with a precious pinch of cinnamon saved for special occasions. As she ate, Anne contemplated Eli's news about the ship and wondered what might have prompted her to consider this ordinary evening special. Perhaps it was simply the promise of change, the arrival of goods, news, and possibly new settlers that might shift the familiar patterns of colonial life. Ships from England were tangible reminders that Jamestown existed within a broader world, connected by trade and politics to distant shores, even as it developed its own distinct identity. The fire had settled into coals. Anne added a small log from the basket, its bark flecked with moss. The orange glow soon flared anew, casting long shadows against the walls. She lit a lantern and carried it upstairs to her room. The narrow staircase creaked with familiarity beneath their steps. Her bedroom overlooked the street, and from her window she could see the silhouettes of neighbors returning home. A man carried a sack of potatoes over his shoulder, and a woman in a bonnet led a sleepy child by the hand. In the distance, a few oil lamps flickered near the inn, their warm light inviting travelers to rest and share their news from the road. Anne changed into her night dress and folded her work garments carefully on the chair. She brushed out her hair by the light of the lantern, long brown strands that fell past her shoulders, thick and unruly after a day in the heat. Her brush was carved from cherry wood, its handle worn smooth from years of use. It had belonged to her mother, whose portrait still hung in the hallway below. A stern-faced woman with intelligent eyes, a pioneer of the trade in her own right. After preparing for bed, Anne returned downstairs once more. She brought the ledger from the sideboard and sat at the kitchen table to tally the day's work. She recorded the number of candles dipped, materials used, and items sold. Her handwriting was tidy, though the ink had begun to run low. She made a note to visit the scrivener's wife next week to inquire about fresh supplies. The ledger revealed the economic realities of her trade, the narrow margins between material costs and finished goods, the seasonal fluctuations in demand, the balance between barter and coin transactions. Most entries showed exchanges of candles for eggs, cloth, or foodstuffs rather than monetary payment. Currency remained scarce in the colony, with tobacco often serving as a default medium of exchange for larger transactions. Anne accepted tobacco only reluctantly, preferring practical goods she could use directly. Closing the book with a soft thump, she allowed herself a moment of stillness. The house was quiet now. The air smelled of wax and pine smoke. From outside came only the rustle of leaves and the occasional hoot of an owl beginning its nightly patrol. She stood and made her rounds, checking that the back door was bolted and the shutters closed tight. At the front window, she paused again. The moon had risen, casting a pale silver glow over the street. It bathed the town in soft light, turning rooftops into gentle humps and the trees into ink-brush silhouettes. As she watched, a neighbor across the street emerged briefly to place a candle in his window. One of hers, she noted with quiet pride. Its small, steady flame cast a gentle radiance outward, offering a silent welcome to anyone still passing by. The tradition of window candles had been brought from England, where they guided travelers to safe shelter. In Jamestown, they served this purpose while also symbolizing the community's determination to push back darkness, both literal and figurative. The quiet evening invited reflection. Anne thought about Eli's news of the ship, of Mr. Norwood's visit. Each represented different currents in colonial life. The connection to England, the subtle questioning of established roles, the pressure to conform to social expectations. Navigating these currents required both flexibility and conviction, qualities Anne had cultivated through years of managing her father's business in his absence and after his death. Her thoughts drifted to the special commission she'd completed that afternoon, the lavender-scented beeswax candles for Mrs. Pembroke. Such luxury items represented a small but growing market in Jamestown as the settlement matured beyond mere survival. The earliest colonists had focused entirely on necessity. Now, some could afford small comforts and refinements. This evolution paralleled the colony's development from precarious outpost to established community. Anne's own business reflected this transition. Her father had primarily produced functional tallow candles, with beeswax reserved for church use or special occasions. Anne had gradually expanded their offerings to include scented varieties, colored tapers for celebrations, and specialized forms for different purposes. This diversification provided both creative satisfaction and economic security, allowing her to serve customers across the social spectrum. Anne settled onto her bed, the mattress yielding with a familiar creak. She pulled the quilt up to her chin, its weight comforting in the cooling night air. The room was dark except for her small lantern, which cast a gentle pool of light near the bedside. She reached for her Bible, a leather-bound volume her mother had brought from England, and opened it to the book of Proverbs. Reading before sleep was a luxury afforded by her profession. While many colonists conserved their candles carefully, extinguishing them immediately after essential evening tasks, Anne could afford to burn one for quiet contemplation. She read slowly, her lips moving silently with the familiar words about the virtuous woman whose candle goeth not out by night. The passage had been her mother's favorite, though Anne sometimes wondered if its emphasis on marriage and children mightn't contain an implicit criticism of her own unmarried state. She closed the book after a few pages, set it aside, and extinguished all but one small candle. Tomorrow would bring new tasks: delivering the special commission to Mrs. Pembroke, restocking her supply of wicks, perhaps visiting the harbor to see the newly arrived ship if time permitted. Each day in Jamestown followed a similar pattern, yet contained its own variations: weather changes, visitor arrivals, special orders, seasonal shifts. Through her small window, she could see stars scattered across the clear spring sky. The same stars visible from England, she often thought, creating a shared canopy over separated lives. Her parents had sailed beneath these stars on their journey to Virginia, trusting their light for navigation, just as Jamestown's residents now trusted her candles for illumination. Her thoughts drifted to the coming days. Tomorrow would bring more work, orders to fill, candles to deliver, new batches to make. She might take Eli's suggestion and visit the harbor market if time allowed. Perhaps should buy something small, a spice, a scrap of ribbon, or just a bit of ginger to flavor her next stew. The candle beside Anne's bed burned steadily, its flame casting a small circle of warmth that enveloped her as she drifted into dreams. Tomorrow it would begin again.
The rendering, the dipping, the pouring, the trimming. The ancient craft of candle making would continue its unbroken tradition, carried forward by her hands, just as it had been carried across the ocean by her parents' determination. Her breathing deepened, her thoughts scattered like sparks from a banked fire, and sleep finally claimed her. The candlemaker of Jamestown, a single thread in the complex tapestry of colonial America, momentarily at rest beneath the enduring stars.